Hello everyone and welcome guys to the next event in the rFactor 2 competition system area. We are in the Tatuus FT60 and we are at Lime Rock Park, but we are there with a chicane, so that is a track layout I've never used before. And it's going to be particularly interesting to see where we need to head at, especially since that chicane is probably a really tricky one. So yeah, let's see what is about to come here. For today's plan, we're going to get ready for Lime Rock Park. We're going to get ready for not only this track, but also qualifying and the race at 1700. But first, of course, gonna need to learn the track again. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a pretty difficult one in terms of overtaking and stuff. We have a few bank corners, so let's see how the chicane is to take. Oh yeah, nice. I see a lot of off-tracks coming in there. The uphill also difficult. This corner could nearly be flat. I definitely expect the last corner to be flat. Well, as you can see, first steps on the new track. Hey there, Steve. Steve, I have bad news. I tried to see what I can do with a 25 sub points, but sadly we're back to 24. So I still owe you that answer, but let me do some research first. Nonetheless, I appreciate your time being here. So that is the chicane. I'm gonna be interested to see how much you can really use it. Yannick, I also expect the racing to be mayhem since the track is utterly small. Yannick, you have any idea about lap times, maybe?
That was a 48.04.
Go off at turn 1 and be dead. Yes, that is what I think as well. That this corner could indeed be flat if you nail it the right way. But I will have my struggles with that chicane here. See, struggle. 45.6, okay. So we're gonna tell you a little bit more about the program. For now we have 20 minutes time to get ready on this track. Once again, we hit the damn limiter on this car on 6th gear. It's just unbelievable how bad and difficult overtaking will be. Much as I do believe taking the last corner flat in dirty air is very difficult as well. Oh, struggle, the struggle is real. Wait, Yannick, did you say 45? 45.6. I can do a 46.5 right now.
46.53.
Yeah, too much brake. I see that is not allowed to happen in this damn car this time. What else can we learn? Keeping in touch with the curbs is seemingly enough. Let's take this one flat for once, not possible. for this setting.
That lap was a
Were you running at Lime Rock Park there, Steve?
51.41.
Too far on the inside, yep. Even if I get this one flat now. Oh my dear. Did you say that the car worked in the grass? I cannot believe this. Eventsit, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate your time. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Michi, get on the setup board, because there is stuff you need to fix. I have my struggles, yes, big time. Top quality time is a 44.8, set by whom? I mean, the only thing I can hope right now is that my rear row preset is way too low, but I don't think that will give me a full second. Marco Santoni, copy. I just need some time to get the setup where I need it to be. Oh, but I'm still doing 46s right now. So, issues.
That was a 46.71.
Guess I go way too slow into this turn 1. Just too scared to lose the rear again. Lime Rock Park requires a kinda unique balance and way of attack. And not locking up definitely would help. Okay, I improved this a little. Puppies79, thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciated. Actually, how can I get? Seems CM Colombo, thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the stream. Thank to you. Awesome support here. What else? There was some other setting I wanted to check. Hey Jin, hey there. So we got 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna speak a little bit about tonight's program. We're not only going to do this Tatuus Winter Series thing, but also gonna enjoy the GTE Winter Series around Sebring, including a setup guide for the Corvette C7R 44.9 Pinto was doing. Yeah, as I said, I don't know what it will be about the real road. See if we can come up to speed. Cold tires are a huge issue, and so will be 12 laps on the qualifying session. Probably gonna have to look at some people first in the qualifying session, seeing how they do the lap before trying it myself. Anyone has an idea about race lap time? I think it should not be a lot slower.
46.98.
Yeah, I'll go off just another time. The Holzhacker qualifying is in 15 minutes.
That was a 53.89.
No way. 15:52. Did they change the times, really? Because then I would be on the wrong car. When is the race then? Halsmaul. That means we just missed the race by a minute. Nice. Qualifying is... So, the Wait. Now I'll take a deep sniff of my coffee. I haven't checked this because I expected it to stay the same. Ah, true. Good point. Hmm. Thank you guys. Not sure why they did that, but they did it. So, here we are. Oh, interesting. You see, Fabian Walter got the 500 points in the end. Mega job by him for Silverstone. But also means, apart from Satherley, who's already done the next race, there is huge pressure on the line this time. Well, we will see. Here you buddy. Thank you so much for resubscribing with a Prime subscription. So that was the subscription missing last night, I guess. So Kiryu's run out. He could renew it today. Thank you so much for your support, buddy. So we have a net 30 points lead over Tom Satherley. We need to have a good race. In hindsight, though, that means we have 40 minutes more time for building setup for getting comfortable at Lime Rock Park itself. And then we have a 1.5 hour time for a full setup guide in the Corvette C30. C7R GTE, and that's coming up right after the Tatuus race. So back to the practice. I missed qualifying regardless, so what can I do? Back to front challenge, looks like. Let's see then. Back to front challenge around this track's gonna be oof. Can tell you it's gonna be oof oof oof. Okay. Back to setup work. Yes. Suspension. Yannick, not necessarily. Could be more entertaining for you guys to watch a back to front challenge, indeed. And to be honest, I'm happy for 30 more minutes getting more comfortable around here, so. Exactly, Francesco, one job. I need to change my thumbnail though, because of course that qualifying around 1825 isn't valid anymore. Not sure why they have dislocated qualifying so much. But I see you can turn in a lot early on this chicane. So the good thing is we don't have to turn a banker lap first because tires are still so cold. Unless you slide it into the turn like this. And probably a bunker lap is the goodie, so short break. Just in case the delta refuses to work. What I found out on this track is that the white line that defines the track limits is, I think, a little bit less grippy. The front left kept knocking up on it into the chicane. Not sure why that did, but it does it, so whatever. So
that was a 47.40.
I love slipping off that corner. Just gonna do it so often. And now I can see how you can get this lap time.
That was a 49.53.
I don't feel comfy on that setup. Just got no idea what to do at it. Well, Mantas, let's enjoy the race together then. Well, I'm happy to get into the 45s at the very first, but not yet even speaking about 44s. Again, I got no clue what the real road is like. Okay, cut lap. Still with the cut lap. Like where would have kept me that lap. Say 1.5 seconds. 45.9. So
That was a 45.99.
yep. A 44.9 seems astonishingly good.
That lap was a 45.97.
I missed that completely. Once you manage to refine the set, you should be able to do the last two corners flat out. Yeah, but don't really know on the setup what is wrong at the minute. More significant changes now. I feel that I need to have more rotation on the front. But not like this. I feel this is probably the wrong approach. Yeah, definitely the wrong approach. So try it elsewise. Lots of trial and error now. Yeah, besides just nailing that turning point, I also need the car. Like, you know, I don't have the confidence in the car yet. Which of the curbs you mean was bad for the exit, the second or the third? Yeah, I need more front end grip indeed. Yannick, what front wing are you running? Standard? What is the standard wing set of that car?
46.58.
I haven't driven this car in standard for ages. But I keep also just losing the rear. I don't know what it is with that setup. Let me try more extreme stuff. $35 doesn't exist on our rear wing, 25 is the maximum. Hey there. This pit exit, I hate it. So I think I may have found something now. You will see this in the next couple of laps. Wow, I would have loved to see a replay of the lap. I feel like doing something so fundamentally wrong.
That was a 50.92.
Yeah, but I'm gonna lose all the performance here on the straight now. So I'm losing a tenth for not using minimum rear wing.
That lap was a 46.08.
No. Those wings don't work. Yeah, throwing the car into the turns, but I feel like just throwing it in just causes massive understeer. You see, I don't think this overturning on the steering wheel is goody. And then where to overtake on this track? Basically just turn one. Yes, Andreas, it's Lime Rock Park. Just slightly before Terry. They do award points due to positioning, so what the system is doing, it ranks you against
That
all
lap
other
was a
people.
46.35.
Wait. The speed difference didn't come from the wing, it came elsewhere. Guess I'm grounding. Let me come back to your question there in a second. So what the system is doing, it ranks you against all other people racing with you in a split, and based on that ranking, you will be positioned, and based on the positions, top 250 entrants per event get points. P1 gets 500 points, P2 497, P3 494, and so on, until the last point has been awarded for the guy in P250. If Yannick, the all alone values on your suspension don't get me much, because the grounding is also dependent from your front suspension stiffness, but I think I've now fixed this. Yep, sort of. Should also give me a better front end. I think I was scratching on the ground even in the corners, not allowing the tires to put down all their lateral grip. And I still consider this way faster. I also managed penultimate turn flat out. So, I'm a step further now.
That lap was a 45.87. That was a 45.81.
Okay, rule number 1, don't brake while going into the turn. Which means on the suspension side. Well, you need a very special kind of setup for a Lime Rock Park. But thanks to nearly every corner being banked, it may just work good. I've now created a very aggressive front end setup. But I do
That lap
expect
was a
this to...
45.78.
I could be one of these victims as well, to be honest. If... Unless they're coming back after a lap. Either maybe carry even more speed. Oh, this chicken. Yannick, what lap times you doing in race pace?
That lap was a 45.91.
Can't do it. Or I just can't do it. So, set up. feels weird, but I think you have to drive with a rear anti-roll bar. Despite that, could make the car just violently. Yeah, exactly this. Hey Richies, Happy New Year, buddy. So maybe you need to somehow just survive the issue. Alex Tanner, back then that wheel had an electronic problem where it randomly disconnected from my PC. So it did not hold up and disconnected. Simple as that. So I guess I just need to learn how the car will react with the stiffer rear. Yes, cut track, copy. Sorry. There you go. So I need a survival kick into turn 1, it seems. What a goodie lap time. Tried to build a setup stable enough in the back, but it seems like it doesn't hold up, so need to have that killing rear then.
The lap
I
was
have another idea still.
45.65.
Which I'm going to try for more rear instability. Nah, games, hey there. How are you? Our games, I'm doing well as well. You're trying to be a little bit more dedicated in what I do. I'm doing horrible stuff right now. Lots of trial and error. Seemingly doesn't feel like working really.
The lap was a 45.88.
Oh. This one setting definitely was overdone, so going back on this one and try again. So right now it is such a thin line between the car turning too much on the front end or not turning too much. You need to have the car in a specific window so that the rear end does not become a problem. And at the same time, you're obviously not allowed to understeer. So you need to get this maximum rotation into the entire car, into the entire system without overdoing it. And yet, if you do it not enough, you're just gonna be crap slow. .45.6 isn't a bad lap though, I guess. Also, the car needs this allowance for balancing it on the brake. Because if it doesn't do that, I don't have the ability to set this car into this ever so slightly needed rotation. So, coming down, 45.5. 5 more minutes.
That was a 45.57.
What I'm gonna do next is simply remove the fuel and do a quali run, because I want to know if quali fuel is worth 5 or 6/10. And I still need to calculate fuel. I feel that the rear end is way too aggressive, but just can't fix it. Very much forward on the brake bias now, so expect me to spin in turn 1. Wow. So if that is the fastest way, I need to quickly look at this and learn. I don't really think low fuel is given us much room, much benefit.
The lap was a
In terms of lap time.
45.42.
In fact, none. All the time gone. Thank you, Mantis. Start the registration after next lap. I don't know what kind of grind you need to put on. I don't know why I even lose so much time there. So somehow turn in as early as possible and touch that inside curb. Can't take this corner flat out still. Yeah, it is another 10, the 45.3 on this real road.
That was a 45.29.
This is Divacars. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome. So, I sent this, not send, I quickly save the setup. Lime hook. And gonna calculate the fuel. There is my smartphone. So vendors are gonna be in time, trust me. We have 1200 seconds divided by lap times, let's say 45, says 27 laps, 46, still 27. 47th is 25, 46, so 27 laps. 0.7, so 16 liters required. Nice. Okay, summary, save, and then let's go for registration for the race. The only thing I can hope for now is that I was on the wrong track, and hopefully B, I was on the wrong railroad. Anyway, quickly restarting rFactor 2 for the sakes of it. And thank you so much. This is Divacars. You have subscribed to the YouTube channel, and you're supporting us very much that way. So all over, guys. I appreciate your time here, and gotta quite frankly say, welcome to this race. For those watching on YouTube right now, we're trying to fend off, or trying to get to 3,600 subscribers. We're missing 15 more subscribers to this. So please, if you do appreciate the stuff we do, let us enjoy sim racing all together and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We're now gonna make our way to the server. Oh dear. I have a small technical issue. Where is my... There it is. And I hate small technical issues a full lot, so quickly fixing technical issues is important. Must have been the case that one of the screws got a bit wonky here. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna click join. Michael Klimper, thank you so much. I appreciate your support, man. Uh-oh, issues. Okay, I need to quickly take off the wheel. fix this. Now this is looking better. Okay. I hope my issue is fixed by this. The stem cable is moving around in a shit shape and it's so annoying. But I can't do anything against it. It just comes back to whatever. So we're getting the details. Here you mean if I noticed a growth of the channels in YouTube and Twitch? Yes, on both. On YouTube, quite a lot, like even more than expected. Same goes for Twitch. So once again, Kiryu, massive thank you for becoming a subscriber on the Twitch channel. Appreciate your support there. So, guys, welcome to this Tatuus FT60 Winter Series race. We are at Lime Rock Park. We haven't done any qualifying. Will we start at the back? Potentially. So this could be a proper back to front challenge, which we're going to find out as soon as the gridding will be set. We're now joining into the session. And we will see what this means as soon as we got hopefully a good result. We're gonna get some goodie points in the championships, and yeah, see if we can take the lead. Speak loudly. Am I too silent now? I don't think I am I? Can still increase my voice a little. So, joining Lime Rock Park. Thank you guys for your time. We have a special program out tonight. As soon as we're done here with racing at Lime Rock Park, we're gonna jump into the Corvette C7R GTE and going to have a public setup guide for Sebring. Gonna build a setup for 1.5 hours, then racing this in the GTE Winter Series also without any qualifying. Mantis, you got DQ'd in the warm-up or what? Leon Bock is with us in the same run. Olivier Fortin. Darius Andre. This is going to be interesting. Setups. Load. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. So, do you tell me where to go? You say left. Oops. And it says wrong way. And I think that is what happened to Mantas. Just gonna go the other way around. I don't know where the official entrance to the track is. Oops. Just gonna use this one. And see. Oh, there is much more huge grip out there on this track. Like for real. Let's see how my car setup is working here. Don't spin. I just want to do one lap FFS. Oh, honestly, there is so much grip in this track. I mean, sure, no wonder it hasn't loaded the setup FFS. I am annoyed. Why are we still on the factory setup? Load FFS. Race. So no timed lap for us, I assume. But the feeling is what I'm after. Got no clue where we're positioned. Also, I'm gonna change to the racing overlay before starting that race. Oh Jesus Christ, there's so much grip. Honestly, so much grip. Yes, no, there's no wonder that all this is flat out as soon as tires are heated up. So I just want to go and do the first corner. See how the car goes around it. I'm amazed, so much grip. Copy. You guys see the clear difference towards our testing session grip, I assume. Our driver's box current speed update, please, thank you.
Attention grid, all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
So guys, enjoy the race. We're starting in P9. Oh, we're starting so close behind people. This means utter carnage on the track. Even if we have a good start. Thank you for the good luck wishes, guys. Appreciate your time. Guys, driving like you're all alone on the road isn't a good idea.
That was a 56.06.
But this hatch guy ahead is definitely one of the guys that are driving exactly like this. Bumblebird, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate your time. And welcome to the stream.
That was a 48.12.
Alcohol again, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome to the stream. So P4, where is P1 and who is P1? or Olivier 14, 5 seconds ahead. So, we now start a run.
That lap was a 48.03. That lap was a 45.60.
Problem is, with those guys on the grid, you always have to expect the impossible, which means them to brake so much more early in certain spots than others do.
That lap was a 46.57.
Studio 397, how do you expect people to overtake around this circuit with a 6th gear that is too short to even pull alongside for the best overtaking spot? Is it really only by nailing the chicane and then maximizing the risk? Because this is all I can do here, and I am badly stuck behind those two.
That lap was a 46.70.
And I can tell you it is highly annoying. Mike Ratzinger, good morning.
That was a 46.30.
20 more laps to go. Yes, I do have time. But Rodriguez is clearly the slowest out of the top 4. Now I have a broken front splitter though, so this won't, yeah, exactly this. Won't help me massively. Well, the news, it won't help me at all.
That lap was a 46.28.
Dude, if you intend to leave the door open, you need to always expect someone to put his nose in. Oh, I need to do something here though. And finally I have a chance to do it.
That was a 46.44.
was that? Who did I kill? Yeah, that was indeed dirty. So whoever that was, I need to go and say sorry. I mean, I can't defend this move. I clearly can't. So
That lap was a 46.72.
in the protest system, which is about to come, I will get huge penalty. And this is definitely more huge than this turn 1. Right now, oh, I have no grip. Where is the other car? Oh, they are gone already, so can rejoin. Lost 7 seconds now, and this will be utterly hard to get them ever back. But this is karma, I guess, so... to be honest, it is the only way with those cars to overtake, and consider it dirty, yes. And I will be very sorry, or I am still very sorry. And whoever I killed there, gonna
That lap was a 52.57.
go over an excuse. Was it Bok? Or who did I kill? Again, this was without any bad intentions whatsoever, but thanks to the way these cars are designed, yeah, I mean, you know, I had my car in the exact same spot 2 laps before, and that was the point where I saw, okay, if you want to get past while sitting in a train, the only thing you can do is putting a mega dive bomb and just squeeze your car in.
6.20.
And that is basically all that I did in that time, because due to the way these cars are given for racing, I mean, I'm gonna sum it up briefly. I should not have done the move the way I did it, yes. Was I forced to do it? To a certain extent by Studio 397? Because all they need to do is give us the car with the enhanced 6 gear pack. So that we can actually overtake if we get a run on someone.
6.19.
Or just let us all race in Monaco, where overtaking is impossible anyway. I mean, it can't be that you want to introduce us to have fun on a track like this without being able to overtake. This is just my personal opinion on this. Should I have not dive bombed that way? Still, yes, probably not. But I consider it my only chance. And well, now I paid for it as well. As I said, karma. Slipping off turn 1. The race is 12 laps long. And I think I can get P2, but not 14 and P1. Anyway, after the race we go straight into the Corvette C7R GTE. And I will give you guys a setup guide for this GTE car for Sebring. Gonna be a 1.5 hour build of setup, and then
That lap was a 40.
we're gonna have a race and see how well it goes.
9.
Despite this race, will be another kind of front to back challenge, back to front challenge. So and now I've killed the front left. This car doesn't turn in any well anymore. I'm gaining on the cars ahead, but can this be enough in the remaining 10 laps for me to get both of them.
The lap was a 45.73.
Okay, that was a track cut. I'll do this once more, then we're dead. I hated that those cars 6 gears, just like, you know, you even hit the limiter without slipstream right here. Oh, another one. So, even scrap off more speed. His next car is getting us a drive-through. Now I'll see the next strategy coming up already. Lapping back Marcus. This went considerably well. Motorsport, I'm running those pedals in the stock configuration, so nothing special about them. So, see, this is what happens now with the 6th gear. Thank you so much, Studio397. What is that defense, by the way? Oh, never mind. So someone is doing payback here. Tactical yeeter, yes, we need another tactical yeet from you, please.
The lap was a 48.34.
So he lets me go now, I seem. After taking away 2 vital seconds from me. Montes, was that the same guy? Hey Roberto.
That was a 46.
No, it's not possible to change the GTE configuration while the series is going. And yeah, I mean, now my suspension is broke, and the front splitter is now a complete dark blue. So yeah, nothing I can do towards 14. 14 has a cut now, but yeah, tactical yeeter, I'm not going to punt anyone off though. I may be at fault for for that move to P3, but I won't commit a stupid idea and punt someone off intentionally. That would mean being in breach with the code of conduct. And therefore being banned from the service. Yeah, but clearly now I had good chances for the win before my F up in turn 1.
That lap was a 46.60.
Yeah, this is Lime Rock Park. Thank you for... Oh! Is that 14 ahead? Mitchie! Run! Well, it
That
is.
was a 45.95.
How much time left, guys? 1 minute. Oh dear. 2 more laps. So I need to do some proper Michi magic. I see he's quicker now again. Gotta say, I don't think he has a broken car. We're in slipstream though. And I think we're entering the last lap now.
That was a 45.52.
Yeah. I'm missing exactly 1 lap. Fuck, Alter. Idiot. Idiot. What an idiot. Am I pissed? Slightly. Not because of 14, but of the overall race again. Anyway, I hope you guys will stay around for setup guide in the Corvette C7R. I'm gonna upload this as a separate video tonight. And now feel free to get the shitstorm going on me. I'm happy to accept it. What I'm gonna do now though is definitely have a look at this pass into P3. I'm scared of seeing who was the car in front. It wasn't Andreas sign, it wasn't Bock. Still gonna say sorry, but you know... Hey Olivier. Yeah, I was missing probably 1 lap to do a good move on you, but as you can currently see, this is the scene I'm most interested of. I mean, I have no allowance to be there. Oh, nice. The pick. Yeah, and then while touching this curb, I jump into his path. It is my fault, full stop. Here you see it clearly. Then of course off he goes. But once again, if I don't hit the limiter of the 6th gear right here already, you can clearly see this. Here we're hitting the limiter now. What's the point? And looking into his onboard, he leaves enough space. It is my fault, majorly my fault in the end, but I don't know. Yeah, Michael, it is. I probably knew this already during the race, but again, if Studi 397 or if that car just has a 6th gear that doesn't let it run into the limiter, job done. Yes, Kiryu, it's same for all drivers, but what's the point of having a race where people can't overtake? Like we had that issue at Silverstone, we had that issue at Portland. It was kind of fine. You could do something there. Where else did we race? You had the issue in Sunford as well, with the guy ahead of you hitting the limiter and you hitting the limiter. What's the point, you know? Shubu, I have no idea. Yeah, it is tactical eater, it is poor gearing. Anyway, congrats to Olivier 14 winning the race. We get maybe some points. 452 for not racing in a proper split, for not winning it. But majorly for not racing in a proper split. So you see, I'm 3 points behind in the total now. Yeah, but what can you say? I mean, I'm sorry for that punt, honestly. I'm really sorry, but the car or the way this car is set up just forced me to do it. This may not sound like an appropriate excuse. I understand this, but what shall I say? Anyway, guys, we're now coming up to the setup guy on the C8R Corvette. Guys, I'd like to thank you so much for watching so far for this Tatuus race. Not the way I hoped it to be, but yeah, certainly something to take away from. Yes, Michael, they will get more cars where you can adjust the gears. Anyway, we're coming up to the next point. So here we are on the GTE Winter Series. The next race is at Sebring in 1900. It's difficult call. You know, last time GTE Winter Series was hardly using any railroad whatsoever. So we're gonna see. To have at least somewhat of a railroad, I'm gonna keep the light railroad around Sebring. Oh, Terry, bad luck for you there, buddy. Sorry to hear that. So let's go into the setup guide with the Corvette. So guys, welcome to the setup guide with the Corvette C7R GTE on the Sebring International Road Course, which is venue of the current event on the GTE Winter Series. We're going to start with the standard aero package. Well, not gonna start, we're gonna stick with it because that's the aero package I have chosen for this competition racing. So that is the racing that we do. Means we're gonna now join the Sebring track on a light railroad, not evolving, and build the C7R GTE setup from scratch, which I'm happily giving out later on. When I put that video as a single video up on the YouTube. Beige. Anyway, Sebring, a very bumpy track, still a high-speed track, and this is where we are going to suffer a lot compared to the Le Mans Aero package, because the Le Mans Aero package will allow for much higher straight line speed, and you're going to see this later on in the racing that we do. But first, welcome to this guide. Before we take the car out on track, some basic things. We're going to set ourselves on race fuel, which will be roughly 80 liters. We're going to make sure minimum tire pressures, you know, all the basic things we want to set up without having a setup built yet. 100% brake pedal force and traction control on 4, wing on 6, and everything else we're going to check out on the fly now. So also that you guys are in the right picture, I'm gonna put on the qualifying overlay. Here we go. I hear you, Terry. I did the same. And beyond that, I need to change my wheel settings a bit. I agree. It could look a little bit more cleaning and could look a little bit more quality brush, but overall I think it is a good dash. So you guys will allow me some warm up in the car, please? You already see the biggest issue or the biggest challenge on the track. The bumps. And the way this GTE car reacts on them. I think the GTE is going to be very sensible around here. But the GTE is also nice over the curbs because it got quite some right height, which we're going to make use of. Too much overall understeer. Ooh, don't get close to that wall. So let's see our first timed lap. Our car tends to oversteer. Especially on the braking or off throttle, tends to over rotate. I'll try finding a fix for this. So guys, if you do appreciate the content, if you do appreciate setup guides, sim racing, and a little bit of racing entertainment, then please make sure you subscribe up to the channel on YouTube and follow up on Twitch. Make this community grow and help us to hit our goals. Oof. For 2021 it's going to be 2,500 followers on Twitch and 4,500 subscribers on YouTube. But first, let's get the 3,600 done. So if you want to support the goal, make sure, if you haven't done already, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Would appreciate this a lot there. As much as I appreciate delivering good racing content for you guys. So I'll see that the temperatures of the rear tires are already a lot higher compared to the front. which comes from the massive sliding the car introduces. This to a certain extent is quick, like as we're doing it right now. It gives the car this nice slip angle that it requires. Speaking about lap times, I think we should aim for 1:57 in the end with a good set, or actually maybe 2 minutes. That's more 57s, 58s.
That was a 2:00.74.
Although I heard that the GT3 car can actually be much quicker around here. But you see, on the second lap already, the car is about to snap on us. And now we're already driving a GT rally rather than a GTE. So we need to fix some suspension stuff. As much as some traction related stuff. We're 2.5 tenths ahead, so I definitely hope to improve the lap time to get this damn delta at the top working. So let's see, we're 3 tenths ahead, so no F up please. Yes, this is looking goody. Okay, it's just gonna be the last turn. Sim, hey there, thank you for the follow, appreciate your time, welcome to the stream.
That was a 2:00.48.
Go for the final lap before doing the first adjustments. Yes, CM Colombo, that's what we're going to do, and I'm gonna tell you why. Please note that this is no setup guide as such, so nothing that you would probably do in a real life car to a certain extent. This is more like a kind of, it sounds stupid, but kind of esports setup guide, so something that is completely broken but does work on the car indeed. You will see what I mean, hashtag soon. I first tried to still improve this lap so that we've, you know, kind of maximized the outcome of the basic setup. If okay, we leave that 10th on the line there, but I want to make the rest of the lap goody. Yeah, look how much I'm rallying that car into sunset there and still come out quicker. Anyway, I'll take away that we're still, we could have done a 59.9 or something. Because of the heavy bumps of the racetrack, it is better now to set up a stiffer spring or adjust the bound or rebound settings with a default spring rate. Yes, indeed, that is one good point, but we're going to look at a lot of certain things. So welcome to the first kind of adjustments we're going to do. It sounds weird because less camber at the back should give less cornering grip and more straight line speed, which is exactly what it will do to a certain extent, but also in rFactor 2 in the Corvette, it feels like that minimum camber is just better. There is to me no physical explanation to why that is the case. I'll just know it is the case. More so, I want to have the wheel range lock to 450. That is just a personal setting for me. It may work for you as well. This needs testing though. Coming up on the setup itself, what we're going to do is, because of the bumps, we're going to increase the front right height to match the rear right height. Usually you would run even negative rake on the car in order to make it really stable, and the Antis way is going to be detached at the front, and we're going to stiffen it. Sorry, you're going to stiffen it at the front to, let's say, P5, and detach it in the rear. It was P2 beforehand. We're now going to have it on P5, P0. The reason why I put the rear anti-roll bar into the detached position is because it works. rFactor 2, minimum tire pressure, and in most of the cases, detached rear anti-roll bar give, you know, it introduces a certain way of understeer, but you can swing the car around in the classic esports drift style and simply will be quicker by it. So we're also gonna see if the car is now still moving so bad on the rear, and you will see it will be massively improved just by those two settings. And all that we're going to do from now on is just we're trying to improve the balance of the car and the performance of the car over the bumps by the damper settings. But first we try out the car again, go for a super quick lap, hopefully. So I think with that configuration, lap times of 59.5 should be the target. Half a second quicker than what we could have done before. So I deem this 200.3 as still being improvable by 410 on the standard setup, but it's just a lottery whether you get the car right or not. Something that we also should see with a car being a bit more high is it being less harmed by the bumps, so that's the reason why we go quicker on the straight as well. Much less grounding, and you see car is nice and stable through turn 1. Maybe not turning enough, which I can confirm, but you will see that this will still on the second or third lap give us an improvement. I need to now just adapt my driving. So from having a car that was likely to oversteer a lot, I now have a car that is likely to slightly understeer, which means a little adapting of driving. With the other car I was trying to not attack the entry and then manage the exit. This time I'm going to attack the entry, because the exit will be managed by the setup. Sounds weird, but it's true. You'll soon see what I mean. despite this was not optimal at all, we're identical with a 200.3. And if I just get the final turn correct, while attacking the exit already, yes, still a PB, so let's try to bring this down to the 59.5 that I think that would be possible. So 6/10, and this is where we are already. A 200.242 deducted by 7/10 gets us to the 59.5. Hey there, some VS, how you doing? Can find half a tenth in this upcoming turn 10. If not for the bad exit. How do I attack the entry from turning a lot on the steering wheel and while trail braking? In the other setup I was more coasting into the turn, waiting for it to see what happens. But here I now have to kind of trail brake into the turn in order to get the rear rotated around, just like this. And then on the exit I just can, you know, just go. Lovely sunset.
That was a 1:59.61.
It still likes to rotate a little bit too much in certain points, especially in the long run. This is gonna be too much rotation. So we still need to do a little bit of fixing, especially when going into sunset or turn 1. I feel that the rear is snapping easy, so especially the high speed turns are an issue. Also felt this into turn 10, which is coming up now, so you know, some little bit more stable rear end. Yeah, we can have a look at the front tire wear, or the tire wear in general on this car right now. Right now all tires are identical, 96%, but remember, the big thing in this car is the thermal degradation, so it's not the friction itself, but it's how much the tire heat up over when going over the surface. If any, I got slightly more rear tire wear. You see the car kind of wants to snap on me. See if I can improve it in the final.
The lap was a 1:59.84.
carrying too much speed in turn 6, going too wide on the exit and having to wait too long until getting the power down. And tyres are now, I don't say giving up, but you know, on rFactor 2 after 3 or 4 laps, they just have reached the first step on thermal degradation, and as I said, there is still too much rotation on the car. So back to the setup page. What we're going to do now is soften the rear spring rate a lot, and even getting the rear camber down to 1.0, which should be the optimum, I think. And on the suspension wise, despite only having a soft spring rate, I'm gonna reduce the slow rebound, because what the slow rebound is doing, I'm happily able to show on this Porsche. Oops. So I'm gonna do this in the qualifying view because that camera is gonna give you the bigger picture. So this is the Porsche 911, and this basically works the very same on, let me remove that logo. Where is it? Come on, where are you? There you go. The normal case is that when you go and brake, let's pretend the car is just going straight, you know, and then you brake, which means the rear end lifts up, the front gets loaded, and this means that we have a lot less weight here on the back. And the slow rebound is doing nothing else that when you go and brake and you have this suspension, I'm not sure if you, I need more light. Let me get more light, because this is important to see for understanding. So more lights. I think that other light doesn't get me anything. It is a little bit more lighty. So that rear suspension, you see this is movable, that rear suspension. And what the car is doing, so you come in there at the speed, then you hit the brakes, and this releasing moment, this movement, when the car goes up and the spring is get unloaded, that is being controlled by the rear slow rebound. So the stiffer that is, the less slow this extraction of suspension goes. Actually, I did a stupid camera. I'm talking about this movement here. Don't break anything. So it's just gonna hold it up here. So when you go over the straight and then you brake, the rear end suspension just, you know, from this position it goes down, the weight goes up, and this is bump and this is rebound. Bump, rebound, bump, rebound, bump, rebound. That is what is being controlled by the slow bump and slow rebound setting on rFactor 2. And I'm gonna do the shout out there. Yannick, thank you so much for a €25 straight donation. Happy New Year to you as well. Appreciate your support there. Thank you so much. So by stiffening the slow rebound, I make this compression a lot slower, which means it keeps the way furthermore in the back, more downforce in the rear, more performance in the rear, as well as for this car. And that is why we keep this setting kind of low there. Also, we're gonna make the slow bump, the fast bump, a bit lower, so compressions can be taken faster. You know, so there is a second kind of suspension. The slow bump is more or less responsible for the car movement that goes, you know, when braking and acceleration. And the fast bumps, they are responsible for the shocks, so for bumps, for high curbs, stuff like that. So what I'm gonna do is, with a fast bump, I allow it to get compressed really quickly. And with the fast rebound, I want it to be released the same quick, so that the suspension can do very fast movements at the front and at the rear. Gonna do this on both, 2 clicks softer. And this will allow the car to go easier over the bumps. Beyond that, I'm gonna increase the positive toe in the back to 0.35, which gives us stability under acceleration. And with this, we're gonna try for the next run and see what this does. Skipek, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. So, going out on track again. Only thing we need to see and need to make sure that we don't set the fast bumps too soft. Because if the suspension starts to oscillate around, we got another issue. Yes, Michael, that would be possible. But for this, we do have the packers in place. So they are limiting the suspension travel to a certain extent. Guillermo Vensato, it should actually... Well, this is the thing. There is what I just taught you, or what I just showed you, is what those suspension settings or damper settings do in theory. Should that apply to all simulators? Yes. Does it apply to all simulators? No. I think it quite much applies to rFactor 2 in general. I think it also applies well in ACC. I'm not sure about Race Room, and I'm like 100% convinced that it doesn't apply to iRacing, because, and you see the understeer now from the spring rate, so I may have to soften the front spring rate too to get the balance back. I've seen some minimum and maximum weight settings on bump stiffnesses in iRacing that to me don't actually make sense, but they are working. So same here with rFactor 2 to a certain extent when we're talking about lowest tire pressures and all that stuff. So I love the car's stability over the bumps now. But I see it is in general a bit too lazy, thanks to us minimizing or putting down the rear suspension. So we're gonna have to fix this. So guys, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for all the followers and new subscribers on the YouTube channel. We're missing 7 more subscribers on YouTube to hit the 3,600. I would appreciate that a lot if we achieve this tonight. So I may have overdone it a little with rear instability. Can't really extract the speed from it. But we'll do the 2 or 3 laps to see if the balance stays the same, or if there comes a little rotation towards us during the run. It's not necessarily anything bad, as you can see here in the fast chicane. Well, I'm not necessarily teaching setup build because, again, when coming to different simulators, other things may or may not work. I can offer this on rFactor 2.
That was a
In the cars available.
159.66.
But building a setup requires to know the simulation a lot, which I do for rFactor 2, but not so much for any other sim. I hardly know anything good for ACC, let's say. I'll just know some artifacts, like, you know, having the tire pressure at a certain amount and stuff. Yes, I can teach the basic. More importantly, I also have a setup guide to offer, which explain the core theory of all this. But that setup guide is usually €10, or comes with a subscription on the Patreon program as a co-pilot. So I should be able to take this over the line, but still, you see there is a bit of understeeriness in the car now, and this should be removed, because of course that makes a lot of stability, but here you're likely to run out of space on the exit.
That was a
What do I think about telemetry software like
159.44.
Motec? I consider this being helpful. We are actually using this a lot for setup builds. Remember, the official rFactor 2 cars, they have locked channels though, so Motec is not too beneficial for them, as they don't show all the interesting parts of telemetry. Too much understeer. And the FSR car, where everything is open, there it makes a lot of fun and a lot of sense to use it. But in general, I think Motec or telemetry software in general is a good way to improve setup. Okay, to increase the front bite, I'm gonna increase the negative camber a bit. So tires are gonna be bound a little bit more inwards. So despite there is roll on the car, this should improve the front end grip. I want to also stiffen the slow rebound at the front, which means when we accelerate, we have the turning momentum a little longer at the front end. I'm gonna reduce the spring rate to 280. And everything that comes from now on is a little bit, you know, test and drive, which means, can we lower the right height still a little bit to gain a little bit more performance? Shall we keep it at that? Shall we reduce the packers? Because as soon as the car runs into the packers, the suspension turns maximum stiff, which will be bad. Pokorny, hello there, how you doing? And then in 50 minutes we're trying to have a race. It's laziness all over the place. But you see that little setup change, we already feel a little bit more poisonous exits. The rear end is a bit more aggressive now. Let's see how sunset feels and then what the lap times will say. You need a special setup for it, maybe, Poconi. Slightly off. You see, the car a little bit more poisonous, a little bit more aggressive on the exit, giving us that last little bit of rotation that we're basically missing out of turn 5. If you miss the apex, of course, of turn 6, that doesn't help. The only thing we have from this is a good exit speed. That is the biggest issue, Procorni, and I think I will be the same off in that race, which will also decide whether I keep going on in the GTE series without rFactor 2 banning the Le Mans aero package, despite Le Mans is not on the track or on this calendar. It basically makes no sense to compete with a standard package here. I haven't driven the Ferrari around. Well, I did drive it, but in a total different way than expected, so can't really say anything about the Ferrari performance.
That lap
So we
was
found
a
at least the same lap time again.
9.46.
Yeah, Michael, it seems like. The Le Mans aero package literally took 4/10 away in Imola on the main straight. And that was not the only straight there, of course. The Tatuus Series neither runs with ABS nor traction control. It's a free of assistance series. Lovely through turn 13. Awesome. Now just go through the quick chicken. May not be as quick of an exit, but the overall time seems correct. Let's see what lap 3 is going to give us.
That was a 1:59.30.
The slip angle, here you go. This is standard Poconi. we will going to explore this now as well, as I want to go with this kind of setting into a long run, since I feel this is probably what is the most appealing and most advanced setup I'm driving right now. So therefore I want to see how it does in the long run. Which means driving it for more than 3 laps. And you will see that the tires will drop off fairly soon. This is the 3rd lap now. We can come for another PB. Mr. Weird Taste, thank you so much. Oh, my weird taste, sorry. Thank you so much for the follow. Let's attack Sunset. Brake a little later, brake a little more straight. Ah, effed it up, sorry. It's easy to F up the final turn. Thank you so much for subscribing, buddy. Appreciate your time. Have we done the 3,600 altogether?
9.49.
Don't think entirely yet. So we're now going to see lap 4. Still looks being strong in the beginning. But at some point you just not be able to drive the corners that tight and that aggressive on the exit as you intend to do. And this is how you just lose the time. But we'll see on this. So again, guys, on YouTube we're trying to hit the 3,600 subscribers altogether, and I appreciate if you guys support us. Subscribe to the YouTube channel and follow up on Twitch. Make this community grow and give us a reach in hand. And of course, if you do appreciate the content, that is all the support I can ever ask for. Once again, a special thanks to Yannick for donating 25 euros straight to Nation as an appreciation for the content and the Happy New Year wishes. Thank you so much. So, I think we are at that point. This lap will be another 50, 59.5, 59.6 maybe. But you will now see that our lap times will drop. Well, I effed up Sunset, so it's a 0.6.
The lap was a 1:59.63.
Braking is still a bit too oversteery. But you see, I'm not doing a lot of things wrong and suddenly I just lose time. And this is the thermal degradation now. The tires just feel pretty okay still, physically. But the rubber isn't just as grippy anymore, whether this is the front or the rear. And you'll see we're coming towards 2-minute lap times now, 2 minutes dead. You see, I'm not doing the biggest mistakes all around, but you have to brake 5 meters earlier. You have to turn in a little harder, you have to fight the exit a little harder, and still you're losing a tenth and a half. I think you guys can agree there is no huge error as such in the laps, but you see, I'm just losing time here and there. So this is classic Studio 397 tire drop off. Just a little less grip in general, and another 10th gone. 2 minutes flat.
That was a 2:00.09.
A little bit more hesitation in turn 1, hence why you need to wait to throttle it out of turn 1, losing more time. A little bit more issues in 3 and 4. And the car sliding a lot more. Anyway, so that confirms the theory. The balance overall stays a little much the same, but what I'm going to do now is Packers at the front to 2.5, right height to 6.1, and right height back to 6.0. That introduces the negative rake, which gives us even more stability on the braking into the fast guys. How long? I'm sorry, I want to show that setting up actually. How long was my phase on that screen now? Not long. So in the setup, what I did, suspension. I've put this from 6.5 to 6.0, this from 3.0 to 2.5. Same here from 3.0 to 2.5, and from 6.5 to 6.0. So I hope to gain that little bit more stability into braking in the last corner and then turn 1. CM Colombo, I expect other cars to have the same issues. You cannot really adjust anything on your driving. I could now start lapping 2 minutes flat from the very beginning. I could do 2 minutes flat for 5, 6 or 7 laps then, but then I'm dropping that second or that 3/4 of a second as well, so it doesn't make any difference. So the best you can do on the tires is just go flat out. No, Pro Corny, I did not qualify, so I expect it to be a kind of back to front challenge again with, well, I think a lot of people have subscribed with the aero, with a Le Mans aero package, and I believe the Le Mans aero package will be a second quicker. Than the standard package, so it's gonna be a pretty effed up race. So with a lower right height, I don't feel a huge difference. I don't feel grounding, so I expect the car is fine. Let's see how sunset goes. I need to come up with a drawing, and I'm gonna draw this as soon as I'm done with the lap. Oh. Oof. Of course, when you do driving mistakes, this won't help you. we're not hitting, well, I don't know. I think we're scrapping a little on the ground overall. It just feels like it. Yep.
That was a 159.98.
I think this is also causing the imbalance. Yeah, into turn. Oh my goodness me. So the bumps are killing this way too hard. So we're gonna go the other way around again. Let's try 6.7 and 6.6 then. And I'm gonna do a lap or two and then I come up with a drawing. Wow. This negative rake, it is just yeah, 0.1 offset. But this is introducing so much understeer that I actually want to keep with the old setting. So since we have half an hour left, to the race, we're gonna keep try this a little. Randomizer, I have not forgot about the drawing. I'm gonna deliver this in a couple of minutes. Loads more stability though, thanks to that negative rake into turn 1. Just making that front end much more easy to trail brake. And I think it could be an improvement. Thank you, randomizer. Appreciate that feedback. So what we can do now, thanks to the negative rake, is we can introduce a lot of trail braking, which means putting more weight on the front and therefore increase the turn-in, or the turn-in pressure. And at the same time you have a way more stabilized car. Which allows a lot more for aggressive driving. It's more forgiving. which is noise. But of course we have a little more drag on the neutral one. And actually in this corner I am missing the front end, or the overall rotation. It's just, as I
The
say, a
lap was a
very thin line.
1:59.61.
It's not like that we're utterly slow with that configuration, but I think now I'm missing a little bit. So this means final try is actually to put this back to 6.5 and this back 6.4, the other way around. Because of course if we have too much right height, we don't have the performance of the diffuser at the back. But let's see how this rake feels. Bruno Jill, welcome. So now we're back to positive rake, and you already see the car is a lot more sliding on the rear end. Remember, with that rake setting, you also put the center of gravity to a different spot on the car. Which will be nice for turning, but I think in this case it harms the stability. And after I've checked if I just want to go back at the 6.5 setting, I gonna show what packers are doing. In the meanwhile, I do believe that the packer setting never got touched, or never needed to be touched here. I think we never ran into the 3.0 packers beforehand. And of course not in the 2.5 packers. Let's see how turn 1 feels. I'm scared, to be honest. Yeah, it's because of exactly this. It's just too much rotation. We now have two possibilities. Either risk it and do it that way and drive it with a heavy rotation, therefore risking to spin out at some point, but be a tenth quicker, I guess. Or we're just gonna go back with that setting to 6.5 and just have it somewhat balanced. Right now we're at one of those points where you need proper precision on compromising. Yeah, well, maybe I'm wrong, and removing the packers is the right way to go here, especially in those fast corners. Oops. I will have to try this eventually. But first I want to set myself lap. This is probably not possible. Yeah. No, I did not qualify this morning, so
That
I have
lap
to
was
do
a
random gridding.
2:06.99.
Ah, this is too much. This is too heavy. It will go towards personal best, that's for sure. But the turning is overdone. I think it's so easy to then crash in the race. So I'm gonna put it 6.5. I'll scrap off that 1/10, but for safety reasons. Because of exactly this. Which gives us the chance to go for the drawing for a randomizer after this lap. And after the drawing, then I test the Packers 2.0. This may be still a thing, you know. I actually keep the rake for now because it may indeed be the case that this behavior is not due to the rake, but due to the Packers. And I'm gonna explain why. And it exactly would be nice parking. Exactly feels like this. So let me grab my tablet and do some drawing. I'm gonna come back in a second. Okay, so I'm gonna make this a very basic drawing itself, and I will show you exactly what I mean by this in a couple of seconds. Of course, I killed the Porsche. Clipped it with a foot. So, the drawing. This is going to be a quite simple thing. So what I'm going to do, let me see, and I'm gonna remove it to 2.0 and 2.0 right here and see how this goes. Profession, copy. Let me just see a test draw whether you guys will see this. Actually, you would. Okay, perfect. But I guess you would see this in the qualifying view even better. Let's have a looky. Yes, I think there you see it even better. Okay, let me quickly just do the draw first. So leg what I have done here is two kind of suspension settings. So the one thing is showing you a wrong, this one. The one thing is showing you a compressed suspension. The other one is showing you a decompressed suspension, like standard, standard position. So the moment you get the suspension compressed, this valve has been pressed. Usually there's hydraulic fluid. I just have, put up a spring right now. And now I'm gonna add the packers. Which I'm going to put in there in red. Right. So here on the left, you do see the standard decompressed spring, 6.5 centimeters spring travel, and the 3 centimeter packers. So as soon as the car is driving, going over the bumps, the spring gets compressed to, let's say, 3.6 centimeters overall compression. And that means it is still running clear of the packer right here. So what I believe what has happened right now is the following thing. Remember, when looking in the setup, the front spring rate is 280 Newton per millimeter, and the rear spring rate is 220 Newton per millimeter. So what I believe what has happened here, the packers were 3.0 at the beginning in both. Remember, with the rear spring being so much softer, you need less force to compress the spring. And I believe, despite all setups and despite all settings with the 280 Newton per millimeter, in both conditions, we were running onto the packer, which means we were then getting the stiff compression, and we were getting, I want to change this a bit, we were getting the packers being hit. So I'm gonna redraw this on the next page. I think what has happened, first gonna put the valve in again. This is the rear, this is the front. With putting the packers to 2.5, let's say, I think this is what basically happened. So that the front spring was never really fully compressed. Whereas the rear kind of was, like, compressed to the point of where the packers been hit. As I said, I'm gonna draw this, so bear with me for a second. So I think I have this summed up now. What I think has happened. And we have just 10 minutes to find out. So this is come on, Mitchy. There you go. This is what happens on the front. So the spring at the front gets compressed, but because it is a bit, you know, the weight is the same. Let's pretend the weight on the axis is all over the same, but because the spring rate is 280 Newton per millimeter, it just gets compressed to 2.7 centimeters. So that strong enough spring prevents it from running into the packers while moving. However, on the rear, we have a lot softer suspension. That would actually travel to 2.1 centimeter, but we do have the packer in place, so it stops at 2.5 centimeter and making the car stiff because here is no suspension travel anymore. And that is what packers actually do. Why are packers in place though? This is to prevent grounding. So let's say if you have the suspension is quite high in general, and your body kit is going lower than the center of your suspension, you need to run like at least 2 or 2.5 centimeters of packers in order to not make your body kit ground on the street because it is lower than the actual suspension setting or the suspension location. So this is a reason why you have packers. And what I believe now is happening or has happened is exactly this. So what I'm going to do is I remove the packers in the back even more, and I hope that we're going to drive out now that I won't have any sort of oversteer, because what happens means front end is still soft, therefore is turning, and the moment the rear end turns stiff due from running into the packers, the snap oversteer starts to come from. And this is, I think, what has happened. So I can maybe even run that rake for personal happiness, but with the rear suspension now having allowed more travel, I hope that the front, well, you never want to run into packers ever. Bruno, you don't want to have that here, because due to all the bumps, if the car starts to swing around a lot, you don't want it to, you know, swing up and down, so you want to limit the travel of suspension at some point. Hence why I say maybe you're grounding with a body kit on the ground. There would be the downside of grounding on the straight and losing even more top speed. And suddenly the car is absolutely nice. So of course we could have just opened Motec and find this out, that we are running into the packers in the back. But yeah, I sort of, you know, when you start troubleshooting an issue and you see some settings aren't even do anything, then you start getting a feel for what could be the issue. And as I said, I could have double proved this now in Motec. Also, we should now reach slightly higher top speeds, since our car in the back will go down a little further on the suspension. So what has actually happened is that we made the rear end probably too stable. So I'm just gonna drive this and another lap. The problem is we only have 10 minutes to go. As I said, maybe made the overall car too solid in the rear now. But you see that the rear is planted, so goody. Still doesn't like road braking too much. Let's try this.
That lap was
9
a
more minutes.
2:00.56.
Lovely rear end. I still need a lap or two to really acclimatize with the newer suspension. But you see that the rear end is so much more planted, so much more reliable. Bruno, I come back on your Motec question in a couple of minutes. Lovely. Car is so planted. And now you can attack the car. Because you have that reliable rear. Only issue from those Packers, the heavy bumps can impact the car a lot in sunset in terms of it jumping and spinning around. So yes, it actually is a bit of an issue in the final turn, but overall
That was
it's
a
just quicker.
1:59.13.
So let's have the fuel calculation real quickly because I have just 7 minutes to the race. I cannot turn the stream much louder anymore. I'm over the healthy. Sorry. I'm quite over the healthy edge. Anyway, 45-minute race. I'll pretend it's gonna be 2 minutes. So 120 is 25.5, pretty much 23 laps. 3.2. 76 liters should be enough. Actually gonna take 75, we're gonna run in some slipstream. So that is going to be our setup. Will I try rear wing 5? I will keep it for now because I think it's gonna get oversteery. Watch. Right, let's sign up for that race. So to answer your Motec question, when you run into the Packers, and I can bring up a drawing again. Bear with me. So main menu. Let us restart the game. I hope we're not running into Risto. I'm on rear wing 6. I'm on the standard package, and I am on the light preset. So to have your answer questions, I'm gonna put this. So let's say if you have set your Packers and I'm gonna show this with a dotted line at 1.5 centimeters. Please remember this is a draw again, and the blue line is your suspension and your right high over the lap. This is, I think, what it should show. So 0 is the ground, obviously. 1.5 centimeter is where your packers is, and the blue line is your traveling right height, so your suspension position. And it should not go below that 1.5. This should actually show you that you're on a very stiff setting in that right moment. Risto, I expected this. Risto, are you on the Le Mans Aero package, or are you on the standard one? Because I'm going to register for that race and quickly grab a coffee to be back in the seat and then the race. So guys, that said, thank you so much for watching on that setup guide. I hope you have enjoyed this, and see you there next time. Risto, Le Mans package, how much quicker than the standard? Because that standard setup will hurt me big time, I believe. Will only give us a slight benefit into cornering, but mainly it will hurt us so much on the straight. So Risto, what lap times are you hey there, Danny6. Nice, congrats for beating Luis Deladros. Okay, so it was 0.3 faster. Expect the real road difference to be 6 or 7/10 at the minimum. So actually, I'm not having that much of a gap. Risto, I am racing. Don't you see my screen being registered for the race? So everyone, guys, also check out Risto Capit on Twitch and YouTube. Risto, feel free to put in your channel real quick. Risto is definitely one of the tops of esports in rFactor 2. He surely would beat me in the car today if we find together on the track. Risto Capit is part of the Roman Grosjean esports team, so you know the guys there. A-class material, and so is his streaming. Fun, entertaining, good sense of humor, and yeah. If you say you guys learn something from just watching me drive and looking at my stream, then you're gonna learn even more if you watch Risto Capit's stream and Risto Capit's race. Anyway, we're now in the race briefing. We should now make it up into the race. Loading the track. I hope this time I will make it to the track. I love running at Sebring. So join getting details. This looks a lot better than yesterday. I'm gonna be effed up and upset if I can't race again, to be honest. Good luck to you, Risto. Yeah, but you know, Risto talks less and therefore is faster. Michael, that means that you still need to increase your ride height and the packers. Bruno, no, I don't think I will do the qualifying in 1.5 hours. It's pointless to do actually because I'm not going to do another race #soon. So guys, thank you so much for joining and welcome to the GTE Winter Series event 2 at Sebring. We're in the Corvette C7R GTE and we're hoping and trying to go for a good result. Please, if you do appreciate the stuff we do, give this video a like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I expect this to be another back to front challenge. So will be interesting to see whom we gonna end up in the split with, and yeah. No, Bruno, it's just an inconvenient time spot the next race. Well, let's see. If the girlfriend is sleeping, then maybe I can do a race. Okay? But don't tell her, otherwise I'm dead. Anyway, we're coming up to the Sebring race, guys. I appreciate your time. We're just missing 5 subscribers on the YouTube channel to hit 3,600 altogether. So if you haven't done already, please find your way and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Make this community grow. I will absolutely appreciate that, guys. So thank you for your time and thank you for your ongoing support. Right, here we are at Sebring right now in the same splits than Bautista in the Porsche, the Richer in the Aston Martin, Mario Tomb, he is fairly quick, so is Alex Albuquerque. We have Jimenez, Marcos Moutinho. I haven't seen a top guy yet, but that does not necessarily have to say anything. They may still be coming. A sign. Yeah, Risto, I'm not qualified. Oh, please, more than 14 guys, please. Two minutes to go. I'm afraid it's just 14 guys. And if we're starting on pole position, this race is going to be very, very boring. So a quick test start, just to see that the clutch is correct. Clutch is correct. So, it seems like indeed it's just 14 guys. Too bad. Good luck to you as well, Risto. I am afraid Risto's race is a lot more entertaining. What can you do? Let's see where we start. Ah, Bruno. What if we start in P3 and I just go all over the place at the front? We're not there. P10 it is. I can live with this. So we have 15 guys overall, but anyway. Starting position is P10, so we have a little bit of fun for you ready. Paul Jeffrey is in here. Nice. Official rFactor 2 guy. Where is Paul Jeffrey starting? He is starting behind us, car behind, P12. Yes, Paul Jeffrey from race department, but he joined Studio 397 lately, so he's kind of unofficial.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
So guys, enjoy the race. Thanks for joining, and thanks. First lap's no practice survival time. So somehow it's put me in P8 now. What the F? I thought it said P10. Ah, some of the guys did not join in time. So it's P9. Whatever. It's gonna be stand and start. Oh, this is freaking close. This track is not designed for standing starts. We have Paul Jeffrey behind in the C8. R Corvette. Anyway, we're going for the start. You know what, guys? We're gonna make this a back to front challenge. Because you guys deserve more entertainment. Here we go. P14. Exactly, go the Joker lap. Dude, you're trying to kill us, come back like this here.
That was a 2:23.76.
What is our gap to the lead, guys? Can't see right now. Sorry for that loft tap. Oh, not again. "11 seconds copy." Hello Järni. Welcome. Oh, a Le Mans Aero Package Ferrari. Grande. So we need to go. Ow. Hey. Thank you for the damage. Appreciate it. Because the steering is bent. Ever so slightly. So P7 that is now. still is a light blue damage on my damage monitor. Never mind. So 11 seconds is gonna be hard to get till the end. But it is quite true. Mario Tump will take over the lead at some point. And this will make things difficult for us. Trust me. Yes,
That was a
I agree, Jarny.
3.53.
Sorry. Ah, geil. More suspension damage. As soon as you no longer go for a gap, it just opened up. I couldn't do anything but to get in there. Hey, Mr. Clean, probably wasn't the most clean attempt, so Tump is in front. 9.5 seconds. To close this gap will be oof. A Bandicoot. 2 kills. I think I got killed once. I enjoy racing at Sebring and the car stable.
The lap was a
Gained full tempo until
0.86.
One, actually 2 dead. Thank you. I3 ish. Anyway, guys, I tell you that. One for the lead is not easy. Jeffrey came back and then he was simply out of space. Could argue I should have not put my nose in there, but I saw a chance, you know. I was lucky now. So guys, please give us a reaching hand on our target on the YouTube channel. We're missing 5 more subscribers for 3,600 altogether. Would appreciate your help and support in this matter. So Tump, we gained another 10th on him. But more importantly, we're gaining time on that Ferrari first. Let's see what Tump is doing in the last sector.
That was a
Another
2.0.34.
I'll need to bigly stretch my length to make this work. Well, someone outbraked himself. So, all eyes on Tump. We gained a 10th. Well, I need to drive at my very best. I need to see what my lap times are compared to him. So from 8.8 seconds, just half a 10th I gained. You can see him there going into the sunset at the front. But half a 10th in sector 2 is nothing. And dying is not an option here. Push, Michi, push, push, push. Now we're at that point where the tires are starting to die. Out of 8.7, it's 8.6. We just gained 1.5 tenths in this lap.
2.24.
This is the damn brake bias change. So I need to start changing brake bias a lot during the lap now. I feel it being too low at the front for the slow speed turns. Too high at the front for the slow speed turns, but too low at the front for the high speed turns, so F. Getting Tump will be a question of tyre wear on his car. I have no idea which car he's in. Let's see, from 8.9, what is the gap on the second, after the second sector? Still 8.9, so he's running the same lap times as I do. Keep missing this apex. Oh, I missed this apex too. Shit. Brake bias again to the front, to not die.
That was a 2.0.
Lapping absolutely identical to Tump. And brake bias to the back again. Hey Sir 78MT, how you doing? Thank you for joining. This brake pressure is a lot better. 2/10 gained. But I would need to hope on a mistake to actually make it close to him. Again, 23 laps I think it's gonna be. What is 23 divided by 8? Actually 9. Sorry, wait. Oh no, it already 17 laps to go, 16 laps to go. Divided by 9, or 9 divided by 16, so I need 610 the lap. And, hey Ryan. Brake bias at the front again. This lap I found
The lap was a 2:00.49.
If he's in a different car, I may have the chance for his tires to give up. "30 minutes remaining, roughly 15 laps. Took away another 10th in the first sector. And yes guys, we're going to fully push all the way. Hey Jan. Out of 8.3, still 8.3. Not allowed to lose any further time. The chicane, I missed the apex again. Brake bias again towards the front. This has costed us valuable time rather than brought us any F. Take it easy into sunset.
That was a
We lost the 10th, so that is basically the situation. I don't expect Tom to do any silly mistakes, and I cannot improve the speed enough to really attack him. I need the luck of his tires either falling apart bad or doing a mistake. Lazy FL, welcome. Gap is now 8.1. .7. Oh, he died. Oh, that wasn't him. I was so secure that it was him. Yeah, my bad. My absolute bad. I wanted to actually wait for him to... Shit. Yeah, okay. Now I've done myself a stupid job. 15 seconds.
2:08.54.
Classic esports. Pretending to see the obvious and not double checking it. No worries. just gonna see whether I finish less than 5 seconds behind him. I was so focused on him that I actually thought it was him that crashed. You know, the thing is, it is so esports because usually you don't have this in a race that you find back markers ahead of you in 15 minutes into the race. So I got mixed up. So last lap has been a 2:08.5, given away 8 seconds for no reason. So we need to finish.
The lap was a 2:01.08.
Maybe he just tried to jump out of the way of the back marker and hence slow down that much. .3, 15.1, so we're definitely faster, but yeah, this is now, we need to gain seconds per laps. And we all know if we can do this or not. No, we can't. And all because I wanted to give you guys some more entertainment and something more interesting to watch at than not just going away in the lead. But yeah, as we all know, I eventually even wasn't in the lead at all. Never mind though, I happily take second as well.
That was a 2.
I mean, I'm still lapping faster than him, so
1.13.
I'm alright. Not fast enough as it would be, or as it would be required to get him. But you never know, he could also have a major F up at some point. Oh no, we're just gonna keep push and see what happens. Yeah, taking away half a second in the first sector alone. But this doesn't get me anywhere with 12 laps remaining. Unless I could pull that gap in every sector, but I mean, you see it yourself. Just wasted 3 tenths in turn 10. So gap probably back to 15 seconds. Yep. Oh, stop this. Not sure why I don't get this final turn before the back straight. Just wrong.
That was a 2:01.02.
Hello Jason, hey there. Oh, this race is boring now. Yeah, just in time for the spin. Thank you, Cloud. Thank you, Cloud Chaser, for the support. And that is exactly what you guys need to do if you want to see me spin more often. If you want to see misjudge the situation more often, then please subscribe to this channel, make the community grow. Let us get over 3,600 subscribers overall. We're missing 3 more subscribers to do this. Thank you, Cloud Chaser, appreciate it. So with the spin now, of course, I absolutely killed my tires, especially the rears. And even if we would have been close around Tump, the race would be done right now. And last but not least, with those tires, you don't have a chance anyway. So. Let's see, even if we can nail a good lap win.
That lap was a 2:10.29.
The pace. No ability over the rear anymore. This makes sense because the rear is a lot more worn now than the front. Still faster than Tump in the first sector though. I mean, if Tump is about to lap everyone, then I'm just gonna get lapped myself and try re-overtake him. But I don't see this happening. Anyway, competition system racing underway. Enjoying this a lot. I also want to invite you guys on YouTube to the Sim Pub on Wednesday evening, somewhere around 8 PM. As soon as I 100% know, I'm gonna schedule the stream and everything, of course. Topics for the podcast will be, of course, the rFactor 2 competition system, where we're gonna go full detail into some things and explain it.
The lap was a
And beyond that,
2:01.23.
we're going to talk about the Formula Sim Racing 2021 series. Has been announced lately by FSR. So that's gonna be the two topics. Are we going to talk about? Randomizer, I think it is a nice addition to the rFactor 2 system itself and was quite necessarily needed. Shit, forgot about the brake bias, FFS. It was quite necessarily and quite desperately needed. What is bad about it? I mean, bad is such a hard way, or such a hard word, but it is A, still in beta, and B, therefore of course not very well functioning overall, which is a shame, but I think it's just the way it is, right? And I hope that Studio 397 fixes its functionality quickly and then gets out all the systems and all the stuff, you know. Their GT Challenge and GT Pro season shall be handled with a competition system, and therefore should be counting to the rating that's gonna be introduced.
The lap was a
at some point.
2:01.61.
So this is what I mean. Tires are, thanks to the spin, just way more dead than they actually need to be. And the only thing I need to do now basically is cruise home. 25 seconds to the front, 35 seconds to the back. I think the competition system itself needs a little bit of improvements though, in terms of frequency of the racing, handling of the racing splits, and therefore of course with the introduction of a rating. That said, remember, it's still in beta condition and therefore doesn't contain all the features that are actually planned for it. So, as I said last week a lot, we need to be patient on it. We need to be patient on Studio 397 as well. Anderson Jr., thank you so much for following up on the channel. Appreciate your time. Thanks for your support.
That was a 2:01.59.
Holy shit, what kind of flat spots the guy ahead must have. Nice dodge. I'm sorry. Now I took one out and have an even more bent steering. Enjoy! Quite careless. But I thought he was going further to the inside and just gives away the racing line. Where we would be at the next point of improvement. The question is... Halt's Maul. So the guy that I hit just ran out of fuel. Oh, that is a cut track. Awesome. What about giving me another drive-through? Just for the records. So he ran out of fuel. If you run out of fuel, I have no clue what you do on the racing line then, but okay. Nevertheless, should not have probably hit him. Time for somebody to do another video what a 45 euro sim racing coach gets you, just puns of other people. Let's go! Show my driving skills in a 1 minute 30 mashup from today's stream. Publish it and tell the world I'm bad. I'd appreciate it. Sniff on coffee is on you. Ah, I'm actually annoyed. Just want this race to end. I don't need a repair time. I mean, I could have won this race too easily, so I wanted to make it a little bit harder. Since Thumb is a quick guy though. I haven't had any chance after letting everyone by. It depends on the suspension damage you have. I had more severe damage at Imola and it took me 2.5 minutes in pit road. I mean, if I would have want to have some fun, I could have go back to P6 and overtake 6543 again. But I'm not in mood right now. Just gonna cruise home for the last 10 minutes, or whatever it is. Tire is absolutely shredded due to the much spinning. Sadly this, you know, you can't do the stuff like you do on iRacing, where you just start at the very back end of the grid and then enjoy a full race, because it's basically, in this groups, it's done after 3 laps, and then you either have to, you know, if you don't start dead last anyway, you have 2 possibilities. Either you do it the way I do, let everyone just buy and then never catch the guy that is on your level because you're just too far away. So you have action for the first 2 laps and then you're bored for 20 laps. Or you just try to run away at the front and make this a how much can I outclass P2 challenge, which is boring from lap 1. What is your favorite class of car to race?
2.81.
Randomizer, definitely F1 cars. I appreciate F1 cars over anything else after then the aerodynamic prototypes. And then even GT3s over GTEs. Anyway, you guys get the passion and dedication for sim racing from this channel, and hope that you will subscribe to the YouTube channel to help us reaching our 3,600 subscribers overall. You guys can see this, of course, in the stream overlay here. Actually, we're just missing 1 subscriber to hit it. Just 1 subscriber to hit our ultimate goal. So, with 5 minutes to go, this must be like penultimate lap or something. Spun 5 times, way too often. But yeah, as I said, I'm kinda happy for the race to be done now. Oh, it's not done, it ends in the wall actually. It did. Noise. How broke it is. Front left, front right, broke. Steering is fixed though, see, it's straight now.
The lap was a 2:11.13.
Can't wait what downside of the steering I do have now. No front end whatsoever anymore. Usually someone would have said you finished this in style. Well, could be worse. At least we had a good car setup guide. What do you mean, the pro starts? Nice haircut. Yeah. So the first guy actually spotted it. Haircut was done by the girlfriend because yeah, no haircutters have opened right now here in Germany. Pro strats. Well, you saw some kind of pro setup guiding for the car, and I hope you enjoyed this big time. So again, Happy New Year to all of you. Let's do a little bit of a forecast what else is to happen in the near future. Christian Colombo, I'm using the Akira GP from simulaye.com. It's a replica of the Mercedes F1 AMG Petronas steering wheel. And yeah, with the Pellegrine qualifying ending tonight and me not having set a lap yet, I won't do this. So the next big event will be the Virtual Endurance Championship, 6 hours of NOLA, happening on 17th of August. 16th of August actually. January. My brain is dead. Uh-oh. And beyond that, there may be a first look at the Formula Sim Racing 2021 car next week, as we're going to have a first test race with the car. No, the wheel doesn't have any DAS. So depending on when the actual car is finished, Formula Sim Racing gonna do a stream about the first try, of course. We're gonna race it somewhere where it will still be said. For instance, on the Sim Pub on the 6th of January in the evening, our sim racing podcast together with Cameron and Roger. Well, we're going to talk about, you know, the new rFactor 2 competition system and the new Formula Sim Racing season coming up. So time is up, but Tom has started another lap. So 23 laps as I thought it would be. A race to be actually ashamed of here. But I think you still enjoyed a little bit of racing today. Last lap.
The lap was a 2:03.60.
Yeah. So the suspension now, sometimes turning, sometimes not turning, thanks to its damage. Or in general, just giving up. This is not fun at all right now. And this is also something that describes everything about the Studio 397 competition system. I'm losing a minute to the leader. The gap is so huge that it's actually quite offending to me. But yeah, of course he didn't do any mistake and I did tons of mistakes, so I should never be a minute away, a minute and 12 away. Should actually never be in second. But I've decided that way and then made a mistake. Am I convinced if I could have get him without having the hiccup in the brain? Sure. And maybe with a little less damage on the rear right and without spinning. But Tom did an awesome job, and he was high in the leaderboards for Imola already, so I guess also good setups, good driving, good calls, good racing. But yeah, still with my performance I get a P2 in this race. Again, says it everything, should never be second. Could have easily been DNF. Should I have less damage? Oh yes, big time. How about finishing the race while going rearwards? Because we've spun so much now. I want to have a front wheel driven car to make it to the line. Noise. No, it broke the car entirely. Oof. Happily, no safety rating yet. Way too much contact with immovables. And a quite bad ending to the stream as well. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, that's gonna do it for tonight. And probably I'm not eligible enough again to ask for subscribers on the channels, because yeah, they are not deserved for this race. Maybe deserved for the rFactor 2 setup guide, but not for this race, by all means. I know that. Yet I'm gonna have a look. Yes, I'm still missing that subscriber to 3,600. Maybe one of you guys is making there for makeup a bit and subscribe to the YouTube channel. For this last missing subscribers to hit 3,600 overall. Anyway, you guys, thank you very much for being with us for the last 4 hours. I need to have a look into the times when the races are run and see what is a good time slot for streaming and racing. For corny, this actually sums up my race. Spins over mistakes and sprints. Yeah, I had a boring race as well. I tried to make it look fun or make it look entertaining, but that only worked for 2 laps, and then we were in second and we were running away from third, not closing in first, and then we decided to start spinning around and stuff. Anyway, once again, thank you so much for your time. Yeah, were you in the same split than Capit? I mean, Risto is an outstanding driver. I've pointed this out far a lot times. So, yeah, it is what it is though. And third place, congratulations. But how much were you behind to cap it? And what lap times did he do? I think we could have done a 159 at some point, but not with this car anymore in the end. We will see on the result file what this means. Did he lap you? 45 seconds, I see. $59.0 was his best zone. Yeah, the best we could do in that real road. 59.7, 59.8. So let's deduct 4/10 of personal ability, but that still means that my car is by default just 4 or 5/10 off the pace of a Le Mans Aero package, which sucks, to be honest. Let's have a look at the final result file and then bring this stream to an end, guys. Once again, so massive thank you for following all the time, for being around, and please, if you want to give me a reaching hand, we're missing 1 subscriber for 3,600 overall. I would very much appreciate this, despite my performance probably doesn't hold up for it. Lime Rock Pie. You know, doesn't make sense to stream at all, trying to do qualifying here and there and trying to race this and that. Just doesn't hold up. Mendes went pretty well. We spun around. We just finished a minute and 30 behind the winner. I got second with this. Wow, 57.2 in quali configuration is freaking fast. So cap it with another 500 points. As I said, Tump was doing a good job in Imola already, so this race brought him up quite goody as well. Even with my crap performance, I'm in P10 overall. You know, if I start to pretend doing be goody, I could get up to Tump and Barclay overall. But to me, which is more important, is the Tatuus Winter Series in the the Tatuus car. But I see I'm missing 3 points to Satherley. So I just need to do it one race at some point and do a good jobby in qualifying, then we be goody. Yeah, I hope they will get deleted. Yeah, Tump is a fast one. I mean, he definitely deserved the win. I was faster than him in between the racing, but you can't count it like this, of course. Anyway, guys, that's gonna take us to the end. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for watching and staying around with us for so long. I hope you have enjoyed the racing, despite this last race was a bit of an F up. And yeah, we're still missing that one subscriber, guys. Give me one help. For those that haven't subscribed yet on YouTube, would be awesome to have this one missing sub. Once again, Yannick, thank you so much for 25 euro straight donations, and I will upload the setup guide to go live pretty soon. Not sure if still today or tomorrow for those that haven't seen it yet. But I'm gonna get it out, and hopefully you will enjoy it, guys. Thank you so much for your time. That's gonna do it for today. That's gonna do it for this one, guys. Thank you so much for watching. See you there. Goodbye.